Stream time! It's stream time! Stream time with Marius. Stream time with Marius. Stream time with Marius. Stream time now.
Well, yep, today even more stuff going to happen. What? Yeah, gonna do some more suing of corporations. A little bit hotter than lukewarm coffee to begin the stream. That is quite banger. Yeah. Yesterday we left off on a cliffhanger. No, actually we didn't. Or did we? I don't think so. Yeah, I had not finished this thing. And I'm thinking that I should probably figure out how to do this before I go on to the next stage. That being the whatever else. Oh, the camera is in the way. Oh. Yup, don't do that. There we go. That won't be difficult at all. Okay, at least this. Okay, now we have lift off. My ear's itchy. Ugh. Now I have wax on my finger. I don't like slippery or sticky things. I don't like textures on my hands. What? So yeah, today, what will happen? Well, I'm aiming to do this, which is disassembling the rest of this, and then possibly doing one of the other ones too, so that I can get repetition of this process to find how to make it easier. Do I have my sock somewhere? I don't know. I'm gonna look for my sock. Is this the one? I don't know. I think the one that I used. Yeah, this one is completely new. There we go. There is so much. So much noise. Planes going by and stuff. Actually, I can't have my desk higher. I am going to be doing this taller because I'm trying to keep it eye level when I'm sitting back, so having it higher up might actually be nice. Is this okay? That's the that's the front. Okay, now it's much better for my back because I was trying to keep it in frame or whatever. Okay. Maybe I can put you up to that. Okay. We need to, I say we, but actually just me. Huh. Bloop. Yeah, how did I do this? How did I do this again? Ha ha ho. How did I do this again? Wah oh oh oh. I haven't warmed up my voice today because I was listening to Distractable instead of singing. And so I do not know how to sing today. Well, it's not like I don't know how to sing. It's that my vocal cords aren't as prepared for singing. But that is fine. Wah, 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 wine. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Jesus. I am Jesus now. No, I'm no longer Jesus. My hair is up. I'm no longer Jesus. My hair is all up. Do, 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 do. Yeah, like yesterday with the whole spiel about observation, this is an example of me not observing the patterns. I'm essentially focusing in on the using this, and so I'm not focusing on how the patterns connect, because yeah, that's not what I'm trying to focus on right now. And so going over the same things several times is often very beneficial, because there are things that you won't recognize the first times around. But when you have gotten more, gotten a better foundation for one of these things, like for example with the getting more familiar with this tool, the more familiar I get with it, the easier it will be for me to focus on other factors, such as how the shapes go together, how they are, or the purpose for each panel. Because if I'm trying to observe all of these things all at once, it can quickly become quite challenging to do even just one. And that's why, no, to even just do anything. That's why it's much easier to learn stuff. At least I've recognized that starting with simple, like really simple things that does not take all that much effort or whatever is a very, it can, what am I trying to say here? Essentially simplifying things allows for our, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Okay. There we go. Yeah, because when I focus on one thing at a time, I can look deeper into each thing. Whereas if I'm focusing on how, like, which type of stitch it is, if that's a thing, if I'm also looking at what type of seam it is, if it's a different type of seam or whatever, while I'm trying to figure out how to split a seam, then it can be a little bit more challenging. But it can also lead to less challenge, because I might recognize a link between a certain stitch and a certain method of splitting it. However, it's not necessary that it's always beneficial. And so doing too much of a challenge can make it more difficult to learn, or more challenging to learn. Whereas when you have an adequate amount of challenge, the challenge should make it easier to somewhat, like, because a challenge is what makes us grow. And so without challenge, it's very difficult to grow in anything. So doing things that are very, very easy for, like, the entire time won't promote as much growth as doing challenging things. However, if you always only do things that are way outside your reach, it can sometimes lead to demotivation, because it can make it seem way too complex, and that it doesn't seem worth it anymore. That's at least how I view character modeling a lot of the time, because I've had a level of complexity that has been fun to do, but then I can't always keep that level of quality up, and so I end up not making characters, instead of making characters all the time with less skill or less care. And to some artists, it might seem like, oh, quality over quantity. But in my experience, since I'm making art a lot of the time for experimenting with things, not to make something revolutionary or whatever, I don't benefit that much from making everything have the same quality. Sometimes that can be worse for me, because it can prevent me from getting into new fields if I have to keep the same quality level. If I'm exploring, for example, sewing, if I expect the same level of quality, I won't be able to do that. And so it might be very disencouraging, or it might not be very encouraging to keep going, because it's so not my quality, or what I want to have as a quality or whatever. So far from the quality of the other stuff. But yeah, I've found that making things shitty on purpose is a great way, for me at least, to remind myself not to take myself too serious. Because when I start making something new, and I have, if I'm recording songs and I have a new microphone that sounds very good, it can be quite frustrating if I can't make the drums sound good too, or if I can't make the feel of the song be the way I want it, because I'm lacking in other areas. And so that the purposefully inducing bad quality helps me level the playing ground. So it's, instead of something being very cool, very nice, and then another thing being completely dog shit, it balances it out to be mediocre instead of like high contrast. But sometimes that can be fun too, like having one thing that is amazing quality and then another thing that is just absolutely horrible. Because that could add contrast, and that contrast could have an effect, a desirable effect. However, a lot of the time when I make stuff, that contrast is very discouraging, because I want to have consistent, or it's very distracting when I'm trying to make something sound good and whatnot, and then I re-record, and I never like look at, okay, what am I actually doing? And so I don't actually learn very much in those cases, or at least I don't tend to learn very much in those cases. But yeah, that's at least another observation of things that tends to happen when I make art. Because a lot of the times I know that I can make stuff better with more time and more finesse, but I also feel like that extra time that I spend on that finesse for that one thing could be spent later on when I've gotten more skilled with the things that I'm trying to do, and actually polish something that is polishable, rather than trying to polish a literal piece of garbage. Because regardless of how much I tweak it, it's not gonna be. It's still gonna be a piece of trash, right? But the piece of trash can be valuable, right? It's not trash because it's just useless. Well, I guess if I say trash, it's not good in the sense of technically impressive, but it's good in the sense that it helps me create more, because I save time by not getting trapped by my art. Instead of being trapped, I would rather get like whatever I can get done in the amount of time I want to do, and then if I recognize like, yeah, this is actually quite nice, I can maybe spend a little bit more time. But then also recognize that even if I spend more time, it does not mean that it will improve. Because a lot of times I've actually experienced the opposite, where I've been working on character models in Blender for months or weeks, and they just get worse and worse and worse. Because in the beginning, I have a very strong vision of what I want the character to be. But then as the time goes on, I find inspiration somewhere else, and I'm like, whoa, what if I do that with my character? And then I add that, and then it doesn't go well with the rest of my character, and so I change more about the character, and then I change more and more, and then suddenly it's just a soup of bad decisions compounding off of each other, and I said the word, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel like it is finished at all. And it never gets finished, not because I can't work on it, but because I don't have a vision in my head anymore. There's no end to it because I can't see the end. There is no, oh, I'm done with this because it has reached my criteria for being done or whatever. It just keeps being, because there will always be things that you can improve in a project, and I feel like sometimes, or a lot of times, it's more beneficial to take a step back and complete the artwork before looking for those small mistakes, because sometimes those mistakes are repeated. They get repeated all the time, and so fixing it then and there might not actually change anything down the line. But if you, because then you won't be able to see those mistakes in the final piece, and so you might forget about those mistakes. Whereas if you let those mistakes be there till the end, you can, when you listen to them, because I listen to my music on repeat, because first of all, I find it very, I find them very stimulating in a nice way. That's kind of what I'm going for when I make my music. It's like, can I listen to this on loop for hours? If yes, that's why. Why is that? And if not, why not? And then I try to do that. But yeah, it's when I let mistakes be present, be proud mistakes, essentially. Let them be in there because, when I let them be in there, I can then recognize them again later when I look at my art later, and then I can see actual growth, because I can see the lack of those problems later on in my art, and I can then know that it's not because I tried to patch up those mistakes, but it's because I avoided them, because I understood why they happened. I found out why I make the same mistakes over and over again. And that's the reflection part. Reflecting on, why does this keep happening? Why do I suck? Well, maybe it's because I don't have a beat in the background. Maybe it's because I'm adding too many things. Maybe it's because each thing that I add don't serve a purpose. And then I piece those together slowly but surely. And then eventually those small mistakes figure themselves out. Kind of. I figured them out, but they kind of resolve on their own. And so I don't have to sit for hours and tweak the same things over and over again just to fix what I don't know is broken. I don't know how it's broken, so I can't really fix it. It's the same with that Minecraft stream where I was trying to upgrade my house. I just started building after coming up out of the mine or something, and and I didn't have any plan for what I wanted out of the house. I didn't know what to upgrade. I didn't know what I wanted to have that I didn't have. And so I was pretty aimless, and I spent a lot of time looking for the block palette, but I had no understanding of why I was even building it, because I hadn't sat down and figured out the problems with my the previous house layout or house whatever. But I think it was that I wanted to build rather than mine. I was tired of mining or whatever else, and so I wanted to build. But I could have built another house rather than upgrade my house. And if I had if I had built another house rather than try to upgrade my previous house, it would have unlocked, or it wouldn't have locked me into having to figure out what to. Oh my god! it would not have locked me in the same way into having to figure out what I wanted to replace. So then starting a new house would have actually been easier to start building. But I wanted to build a new house because I didn't know what else to do. And so I jumped into it without thinking, and that's the reason. That's likely the reason for why I didn't create a different building, for why I for why I simply remodeled my entire house. What is? Oh, it's a linkage or whatever. But yeah, it's interesting to me how. Wait, what is what? But yeah, if I had cut my, or if I had stopped to think before I got into the next house, got into creating the next house, I could have I could have realized or recognized that that I could have built a different house, or yeah, either right next to my house or to something else, because I did have other building ideas. I wanted to have a shed or a barn for the animals. I wanted to have maybe a farm. I don't know. I think I had that in the back of my mind. But yeah, there were so many other things I could have created, but I didn't think before I did it, and so it didn't. I didn't allow time for my brain to see the other possibilities. So I didn't go for those other possibilities. And if I spent a lot of time trying to perfect, well, I did end up spending a lot of time trying to make the house prettier, I think, maybe. But yeah, that's kind of the same, maybe the same reason for why I try to make shorter, or try to not build upon something that I've created earlier. Because when you build upon something that you've already created, you have boundaries of what you can do. Essentially, if you have stated lore, or if you have gotten lore in whatever, then you gotta keep some of that. You can't necessarily. Well, you can, because you can do essentially anything, but if someone is reading it, if you plan to make others read it, it might make it less readable. It might make less sense. Might make it make less sense. Like that sentence. And so, yeah, you can of course do anything when writing, depending on what your goal is, I guess. But what is going on here? Breakfast. Breakfast is not going on here. I actually ate breakfast earlier. I did? What? No way. How could I have eaten breakfast in this economy? Okay. It seems like we like to be living dangerously. Our heart sings a temporary lie. Da 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 da, ba da da da, ba da ba da, bum ba da bo ba da oo, ba da bim me now, looking back at you. Ba da ba ba bum ba di ba da ba da ba da da ba 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 dum ha da ba ba da ba da da ooh ba da ba 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 da ba da ba boop ba 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 da ba temporary high. Ooh, ooh, skibbity baddy ba ba bum bottom. Bra da ba da ba ba boom. Ba da da da. Ba da 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 ba da 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 ba ba bottom. Bra ba ba da ba da ba 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 ba. Ba da ba bum bum. You know what? Done with that. I want to get on to another one. I'm sick of that color. Now I'm gonna be repurposing this old t-shirt I got from my last work. Because I have a ton of them, and I hate this color of red. It's like too purple. Slightly too purple. Like, compared to this, you can see it's very subtle. If I find a flatter side, it's maybe very subtle, but I really like this kind of red, like more orange towards orange. But this, I don't know, I don't know if it's actually visible on the stream, because it's very visible in real life. But yeah, I really dislike this color, because it's so close to being a very nice red, but it's just not. Like, it's, yeah, it's very I don't know. Apparently they actually did not care that much about which specific color they used. So yeah, that kind of says something. It was just like, yo, we need red. Like, which kind of red? Red. Okay. Thank you. Don't elaborate or anything. But yeah, I don't know. It's yeah. Now I can actually get some use out of this. Because I've had these, well, the hoodies are extremely comfortable. We got like super nice hoodies with the company logo. I haven't used them in a while because I don't like branding on stuff. Whenever something has a logo on it, or branding or text or graphic or whatever, like a pattern or anything, I don't really enjoy wearing that. Like, I don't know. I like being brandless. Not having like a brand associated with me. Because when I feel like when I have a brand, regardless of what brand it is, whenever I hit up a conversation with someone I don't know, I feel like it has like a subconscious effect on like their expectations of me, And then, I don't know, maybe, well, I guess that does not really mean anything, maybe, I don't know. Oh, that's why it's so difficult, it's rotating around itself and getting caught on itself. I hope this is not look clean. Oh well. Or it might have just faded. I doubt it's clean, to be honest. Oh yeah, our washing machine is like a washing machine dryer combo. And yesterday that stopped working and I had to drain the thing manually. What? And I found 2 hair bands and they were my hair bands. So I know exactly who's the culprit of that issue. That's my roommate, of course. Because why would I put my hair bands in there? I would put my hair bands on my hair. Why? I don't see how I am guilty of this. Of course, it's clearly my roommate. Do I want some Minecraft musics? Muse 6, maybe Muse 7. Ain't no way. Oh. This computer. It's very... Wait, do I have Yeah, it's very loud. I don't want it to be that... And I would enjoy having some relaxing background jazz, but I don't know if that's royalty free. I mean, I could set up so I could have... how would I do that? I could have no music. I could turn off the Spotify one or whatever, and then only I could hear that. But then that would be a void, and if I stop talking, then there will be a void, and I can't have a void in my in my stream. Then everyone will lose their marbles and will die en masse. Can't have that. Can't grow an audience if they're all dying left and right. That's what I learned at marketing. I did not go to marketing school. Well, I did go to media design school, but I don't recall what I learned there. So, I don't know. I think we learned a bit of photography, but I also kind of already knew everything because I was so good. I did not, by the way. I was very delusional and thought I did. But that's kind of what I've recognized as positive with me. Like, I have the ability to just not care, or whatever. I can just become delusional, be that person who's like, oh, I can do these things, and that has turned out to be quite advantageous for me throughout my life. And to many people, that's kind of like, oh no, I would never want to be the person who is laughed at. No, I don't want to be laughed at. That's negative. That's bad because I believe so. And I don't know. I don't think being laughed at, or well, I guess it's the fact that I've been laughed at so much throughout my life that I've kind of learned that it's not that big of a deal. It's like exposure therapy. I've been laughed at so much that laughter no longer, like being laughed at by people, is not really one of those things that I am that afraid of. Of course, there are some moments where other things, not laughter, but like judgment. Sometimes judgment, depending on who it is, because I don't care if some random person. There was once one random person I have no ties with who stopped me on the street and told me how to walk, and I was like, okay. And I found that very interesting. But yeah, I don't think that was like, I don't take that as negative, because like he noticed me at least, and that means that recognizability is a good thing for me, at least, because yeah, I'm essentially aiming to be recognizable. That's essentially what all of the a lot of the GIFs that I've made are like, sort of in order to make, well, they're mostly for the fun of making animations. Wait, I'm having it the wrong way. Mostly for the fun of animating, but I've seen the potential for them to be used in other servers, and then people gaining familiarity with my face, and then when I grow bigger, then those people will recognize me and like, oh, that's where that guy is from, and then maybe they've used my GIFs for stuff without knowing it, and then they're like, whoa. Kind of like Jerma, how he has a lot of GIFs, whereas he gets other people to GIF the things for him, whereas I like to do it myself, because like, first of all, I don't have anyone to make GIFs out of me yet, at least, and so rather than waiting for someone to do that to me, I took that into my own hands. It's the same thing as with documenting my art and stuff. I was very, like, I really enjoyed those the rise and fall of insert content creator or whatever, or videos where they went deep into the history of this one person online and like talked about things they had done and stuff, and I was like, whoa, what if someone makes that of me? And then I was like, oh, that would be so cool. But so and yeah, so I kind of made a lot of things, and then I was waiting for someone to do that, but that's not really how that works. So I learned eventually that instead of having to wait, I can start documenting my art now. I can document as much as I want, and yeah, that I can do all of that stuff now. Of course, there might not be like a video where it's like, oh, I deep dived into this and this because like Marius is this and this. Like, what does Marius's art actually mean, or whatever? Like the psychology of the art. Because I'm putting everything so openly on the internet already, so I don't know what there is to like deep dive into. But I don't know. Hopefully, maybe I mean, I don't need to get into that. I don't need to be spoken of in one of those kinds of videos. Maybe someone could like nerd out about my stuff in other contexts too. Because usually when people tell me that my art is good or whatever, I don't care. However, when someone geeks out about it and goes like, yo, it's so incredible that you are making all of these things, because that happens very rarely, but when it does, it really makes a difference and actually impacts me. Whereas if someone like talks shit about my stuff, it's like, well, yeah, sure, but like you don't see the appeal. You are not the, I don't know, you're not the person I'm trying to make this for. So their opinion doesn't really matter, because if it's like critique, I don't know. I feel like I can find critique on my own. Like I can see a lot of my own flaws. But I guess maybe because a lot of the times it's easy to project oneself onto others, and so what they might actually do is that, or what they actually, the reason or one possible explanation for why they put upon themselves to tell me about whatever criticism could be that they themselves have difficulty seeing those things for themselves in their own lives. And so when they see someone else struggling with the same things, they might feel an urge to tell you that, or tell me that I need to stop doing this because I've also been told to stop doing this, and therefore that means that that's true. Or they might feel, because I don't think they would hear those words in their own head, but they will feel, because they might feel a feeling of like, oh, this person is annoying to me, therefore I must tell them how to not be annoying. Whereas they might see themselves in me without realizing, and then they the frustration that they feel towards me might actually be towards themselves, but then they can't seem to recognize it because they felt the feeling while looking at me doing something, so therefore it must be me that awoken that feeling. Couldn't be them, because they weren't looking at them right then and there. The anger or frustration happened when they were looking at me. So therefore I must be the problem. And that, like, knowing that makes it much easier, or my beliefs of that being the case makes it easier for me to kind of distance myself from negative critique. If it's just negative and it's not for constructive, if it's not constructive criticism aiming for actually improving something, just to point out like, oh, you are bad, or oh, you are doing this wrong, or whatever, and like, okay, because I am doing it the way I am because that's like I have either not found a better way to do it, I've not found problem with doing it that way, or I've not thought of doing it differently. And so if I've not thought about doing it differently, then it could be nice. But if I have thought about something else, but then that whatever I'm doing works better in that instance, then it doesn't really matter if someone else tells me what is correct, what is incorrect, or whatever. I don't know. Oh no! My coffee is gone. Oh, the storage space in my bladder is gone too. Oh. Why am I so tired? Oh, yeah, I went to bed very late. I think at midnight, and I woke up at 6. Whee! And so that means... No, at 8. So that means I slept... Because I spent a waking hour... Okay. Yep. Droopy likes Ricochet. Licks your face. Every time. I don't recall which ones it is. I think I'm just gonna do it roughly. I don't need to do it that intentively because I'm gonna go through a lot of these. So I can do the finer details when I actually am going to use the fabric, rather than doing it right now, because then it will take forever and it will disencourage me and I will be sad and disappointed at myself because it will take a year to go through all of the clothing that I've hoarded up for literal years. That's not that much, but it's, well, I vacuum packed them, so that's why it doesn't look like that much, but it is quite a few clothing things. And a lot of it is from this this hangout place where they have like a store, and they have like a second hand store, clothing store, where they sell discounted clothes that other stores haven't been able to sell, instead of going to the dump or whatever. And then all of some amount of proceeds goes to charity. I don't know about that one, but I think it goes to somewhere. I don't know. It goes to somewhere. The money certainly goes to somewhere. That's for sure. But what somewhere, which kind of somewhere, I don't know. Ooh, maybe I need to keep it at, because now it's in the middle. So if I then keep it level, it should go smoothly. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do the big pieces first, and then later on I can do the smaller pieces, because I like the front and back. I can split those, and then the colors, I don't need to do all that much. Collar and cuffs and whatnot. Because I kind of want to... Wait, what? Where is the seam on this thing? Is it just... Wait, what? Wait, where? Is it just a tube of cloth? Oh wow, it's seamless. What? How do they do that? There is no side seam. Is it literally just a tube? What? That's crazy. How would you unwrap this? How would you UV unwrap this? That doesn't make any sense. How could they do this to me? I'm gonna have to increase... No, I'm gonna have to incision it with my own seam. Not my seamen. Or my sea people. Went right past, or right around that. Comedy Central on Sunday news. Sunday afternoons. I don't know, man. I don't watch TV, especially not. No, I just don't watch TV. TV doesn't have very much that I. Well, I haven't watched TV in a while, so I have no clue what they have. But yeah, I do enjoy being able to kind of watch whatever else and not have to pay for license. Why would I pay for a TV license? Well, no, because I don't have the... Yeah. Do I? No, I think if I plug in the... Oh, yeah, because there's a thing! There's a card that you can plug in to the thingy, and then it charges you or whatever, I think. No clue about that. Okay, I need to get over to this one. How do I do that? What is this? It's just a combining. Like, oh, it could be the color, the water temperature. It could be the white balance that makes it look like the other red. I swear there is a difference, okay? I'm not making this shit up. There is a difference. This red is icky. But nobody wanted to hear it, because I was like, why is this? Because if one thing that really infuriated me was that not only was it like a bad red, but it was never the same red on any of the merch. Like, every piece of merch had this icky ass red, but it didn't look good together because it wasn't the same kind of red either way. And oh, it was like, this is closer to this than than the red hoodies, I believe. The red hoodies were just so... Oh, I don't know. I didn't wear them. I think I wore the black ones because they had black and red, and then I thought it would look very cool with white and black. So black logo on white hoodie, but they didn't listen to me, and I was just... Because I was also just an intern there, so I was kind of not really... I don't know, I don't feel like I was respected as an artist, because I wasn't really that capable of... I wasn't that skillful, or I didn't know that much about design to begin with. But I don't know, I feel like that could have looked very cool. But then it would also be quite nice to have it in the summer, because black in the sun is kind of not very fun. Especially when you're sitting trapped in like a little trailer or whatever on site. I was never allowed to go on site, and that's kind of a good thing, because I haven't gotten a tainted view of what it is working behind the scene. So I can actually learn that on my own, because me and my friend, we both find these, like, the backstage stuff quite interesting. And so when I do have concerts and stuff later, well, we are thinking about making like silly concerts for literally nobody, just to have fun with the equipment, because he already, my friend already has, like, he helps out with gigs and stuff, and they have this bunch of equipment, professional equipment, like really grade A equipment, thousands of dollars probably, and they're not always using it. So I told him that it would be so fun if we could spend a weekend maybe, and then set up the all of the stuff on one day, and then have a stream on the other day, or maybe stream while we are setting it up. But my friend doesn't really want to be on camera, so then we would need to, I don't know, we would need to have some way for him not to come up on camera, but for me to be on camera. So maybe it would be, well, it would be fun having that documented, like having us make some kind of thing, like not just have the stream, but also have us setting up the stream. Could be quite nice. Because that would also then show what actually goes into that, and that could probably, I hope that would inspire someone else to try to do something similar. Like if someone saw that and went like, yo, I want to do something like that, that seems very fun, and then they actually go and do it rather than just think it's fun and like, whoa, if I could only do that. Because it's very easy to think that, oh, I could never do that because those things are so expensive and I don't have the money for that. But it's kind of like, I bet that there are technician setup thingies that would maybe think that having someone just be there, not just being unpaid and like sitting there and like looking at what's happening, trying to help out and stuff, trying to learn from what is happening. I think maybe, I mean, at least I would be pretty fine with having someone come along and learning, giving someone experience that they can then use on like making their own stuff, and not just experience but also confidence with the equipment. Because when you don't know anything about something, it's very easy to be way too careful. Because when you learn that something costs thousands of dollars, you're like, I can't replace this. I do not have enough money to replace this, so I don't want to touch it. But it's like, if you don't touch it, you might not learn anything from being around it or whatever. And so that could be a downside or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, that's why I enjoy having stuff, like buying my own lighting and stuff, and my own cameras, because I'm not too afraid of breaking them. Because that's the thing about equipment. It's I feel like when you buy something that you are too scared of breaking, and so you avoid using it, that is spending too much on equipment before you know how to use it. Like you get too good of equipment, so good, such good equipment that you don't feel comfortable, and therefore it will limit you. Actually, it won't make you better because you have the expensive stuff. It could also do the opposite. It could make you worse because you won't necessarily be daring to try out an experiment with it. Whereas if you get a cheap camera that you're not afraid of dropping, or you're not afraid of losing or whatever, or ruining or anything, then you can push that thing pretty much like a lot further than you can with something like a Red Cinema camera. Like you don't want to drop that because that is expensive. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing to use like good equipment, because you can learn for yourself that, oh shit, better equipment doesn't necessarily mean better production, but it opens up the possibility for more stuff. But if you don't know how to do the little stuff yet, you won't know how to do the big stuff either, probably. Is at least my idea of that. and that's why I don't really look into getting extremely good of anything. Like, I don't care if my monitor is shit. I don't care if it serves the function that I need it to, then it's fine. If it does not, then it's not fine. If it costs 10,000 Norwegian kroners, and it has the same function as the as a like 100 kroner or 100 euro monitor, then like there's not really that much difference and whatnot. It won't make me better. It will maybe make, well, it depends. Yeah, no, that's what I mean with if it has the same, if it serves the same purpose. But if one monitor is more expensive, but you get more color accuracy, it might be worth it. But if you don't need that color accuracy, let's say you literally don't know anything about colors and you don't need to, if you're not color grading, or you're just, or you mostly do technical stuff, for example, I don't know an example, but yeah, if you don't need the function, you don't need the function, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think this t-shirt is gonna be the demise of me. I think I'm gonna cut along the along one of these seams, so it's maybe easier to handle, because it's a nightmare right now. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing with how long this takes is that it will likely get much faster the more repetition I get. Like, this is the second thing that I'm doing now. When I'm doing the 10 billionth one, it will probably go much faster, and I will know what to not spend my time on. And that's another reason for why I believe repetition is quite beneficial and very important. In many cases, it can also be more important than going deep into something, like going very deep. Like, sometimes staying at the surface level, but doing that several times can reinforce the fundamentals more than going very deep into something. And if you don't have the fundamentals on point, or if you go very deep but you don't have fundamentals, it's kind of like going deep into water without working on your lungs. You will not be able to go very far because you will run out of air, because you won't know how to keep your lungs from just collapsing or whatever, or running out of air. But if you keep swimming at surface, like right around the surface, you can build up your oxygen, how long you can stay without breathing, and then you can spend more time in the deeper waters. But if you go straight to the deeper waters and spend a lot of time in the deeper waters, you're not necessarily going to it might be more difficult to practice that because it will take more from you to stay at those depths, and so you might go, you might get down to the bottom or wherever the deeper waters are, and then you might need to already start heading up again right as you get there, and then there's no staying down in the bottom of the waters, and so you end up having to go constantly back and forth, and then you don't get any joy of the swimming because you don't get to look at stuff. You only have to you spend your time swimming back and like up and down, and so it's, if you don't enjoy that part of it, that aspect of swimming up and down and learning to hold your breath, it's a high chance, or higher chance, it could be a higher chance, it could lead to a higher chance of not sticking with it as long as you need to stick with it for your lungs to adapt to the swimming or to the depth. Yeah, so sometimes staying at the surface level of something, but doing it for a lot of, like, going through the process several times, going to the bottom of the, because when you're in the shallows, right around, or where if it takes you 3 seconds to go up from the bottom of the ocean floor or whatever, the shore floor, to the surface of the water to get new air, you will get more repetition of going to get more air, and so you it's not this whole event of like, oh, I need to slowly increase to not get diver's sickness or whatever, like nitrogen, but I don't know if that's because tanks or whatever, but yeah, it's staying at the surface level and going many times, because then going to the beach or wherever you're diving can be more encouraging because you're actually going to look at something and not simply not simply sitting around doing nothing or whatever. Okay, I am gedonsish with that. Look, I UV unwrapped it, guys. Almost. Wait a minute. I cannot get my head. Oh. Okay. Okay, no, I don't think I can. I'm giving up. I don't see a point in that. I don't see a point in trying. Next up is this, whatever this is, from Big Book, size L. Ooh, this comes with buttons. That would be fun to take and use as like plushy eyes. I really don't like the stripes. Okay, the seams are very obvious. I seam. Yeah, I can. Ooh, the color looks nice though. I really like. Oh, it could be a skirt for a character. Ooh. Maybe. So then I will keep it. But how would I shorten? Because I don't need this. I think maybe like. Think maybe like this big should work for one of my characters. So then I could have several characters, or just wrap it around a few times. But yeah, I think this with like the silhouette or whatever, like that, and then have it this tall-ish maybe. Oh yeah, you can't see that. Like this tall maybe. Perchance, maybe longer. I don't know, depending on the longer skirt, depending on which kind of skirt, I guess. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, is this double-sided? Or does it just feel like there should be double? No, it's not double-sided. It just feels weird. Oh yeah, these labels would maybe be fun to keep around. Didn't I just... I don't know where all of those labels went, but I think there are some labels around here. Maybe I could repurpose them. Well, I guess I could just kind of buy a ribbon and then... yeah, because it would be fun giving them names. Because I don't really give my characters names, which might be quite negative or quite bad, because that means that why would someone get attached to one of my characters if I don't even give them a name? Well, I gave people I gave one character a name because I kept reiterating and iterating and iterating. And that was the Hazel character, the bunny woman, the original bunny woman who started it all for me, essentially. I had made a lot of characters, but then suddenly I made her, and then the song I Found Her, or whatever, I heard that yesterday in a TikTok my roommate showed me. But yeah, yeah, I made a mission essentially to do just that, I guess. To just do bunny women. Well, not purely bunny women. I also like making bird women, but I keep having difficulties with beaks because I don't look up references, and that is one of the big things that I have issues with, like looking up references, and not just looking up references, but using them effectively without losing my own design in the reference or in the whatever else, because I tend to have a strong idea, and then when I stop having a strong idea and I'm going, well, no, usually I do end up having well, sometimes I end up remembering that, oh shit, I should get references for this character, and then I do it in the middle of the project, and that is usually when it becomes problematic. It's not necessarily that using references is hard, it's the when I use references, I think, might be the reason for why it's difficult. Oh, this is where it's connected. That's why it's not giving up. I also do have some of my own clothing, old clothing that I don't wear anymore, that would maybe be cool as fabric, because there are some that I think would be nice as materials for character creations. And yeah, but I've had so many, because there are a lot of shoes, unused shoes in my apartment, like women's shoes. And I took apart one pair, or not even a pair, just one of them, and then I was like, how do I use this material? And then I didn't use it for anything. So now I have one shoe that it's half just exploded, and I don't know what to do with it, so it's just sitting around. Because the thing is, one thing that I've realized is that when I don't have a lot of a material or something, it's very difficult for me to use that material, because if I use it wrongly or whatever, it's like, oh no, I spent this material poorly, and then I feel bad, and it's scary, and that's one of the things that's consistently preventing me from making things out of the stockpiles that I have, because it's like, oh, I really like this color, but I don't want to fuck it up, and I don't want to use the icky colors because I don't want to make a cringely looking, when I've not wanted to make bad characters or whatever, I've wanted to make like good characters or whatever that means. Then I've had such a difficult time convincing myself to just do something, or no, to use the bad stuff. I've had a hard time convincing myself to use the bad stuff, because I don't want to put a lot of energy into a character and then end up dissatisfied, because that sounds a little not fun. Okay, maybe I will keep chugging along one of the seams instead, because this hurts to look at, and it's so difficult to see this. Okay, I did not like. Ugh. Here again is another color that I don't really like. I was given this a long while ago by a friend that I don't talk with anymore, and so it's kind of just been in my upstairs in my attic, just being like, oh, I can't throw it away, I can't ruin it or whatever, because they I don't know, they made that or whatever, but I don't know, I feel like I haven't spoken with them in such a long while that it's fine now. Aria Math is playing, shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, this is satisfying. Whoa. That's not correct. Bro, when did, oh, it started right where I started. Yeah, that's upsetting. Okay, if I start cut there, then maybe I can. Yeah, okay. Do. bum 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 bow ba-dum 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 ba-bum bum ba-dum bum 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 bow ba-dum 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 bum ba-bum bum ba-dum bum. I was looking at more instruments this morning, and I found handpans, which is the wait, is it the dun da dun too? No, I don't. Dun 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 dun. And so it would be fun having that, making some songs with that. But it wouldn't be fun having it. Would probably be quite big, and so it would take up a lot of space. But using it would hopefully be fun and exciting. Also, I recognize that if I learn how to sell my stuff and not just hoard all of it, I can sell the things that I don't use and buy new things that I can try out. And then I don't have to be afraid of buying something like getting into a musical instrument that I don't end up enjoying. Like if I buy the violin, which I'm actually pretty sure about doing, maybe next month, so I can see if this month goes smoothly as well, or more smoothly than last month, because I've been starting to actually pay attention to my money spending habits. Because I've found the topic of the topic of money to be super scary, so I have kept away from that for a while. But now I've realized, or I've found a kind of a window into that world, and so I am slowly peeking through it. Because essentially what I've done up until this point is trusting that my finances will work themselves out someday. But no, that's not really how it works. I've understood now. It's not just say fuck it and then someday I will earn, or someday I will start saving enough money. Nah, that's not really how it works, apparently. What? You have to actually save money and like prioritize things. You can't just buy everything when you're not billionaire. What? No. That's so foreign of a concept. How you come up with this theory? It's so advanced. What? And then I'm like, yeah, I'm so smart and talented and good looking and definitely not good smelling, but I'm definitely Marius, that's for sure. If there is one thing that I am, that's that. Or at least so I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm someone else. I bought a Marius costume on Amazon, and now I'm in his house. Or I just made a set, and then I hacked his... I hacked my account. No, I did not hack my account. I am the Marius. Also, I've really wanted to get in... Well, not really wanted, but I've been thinking about getting into like improv and comedy, because right now my comedy, I don't know, some people laugh at stuff that I say every now and then, but I don't really have control over it, right? It's the same with how my singing was back in before I learned how to control that. It's like, oh, okay, I can sing apparently. Wow, thank you guys, but how do I do? You don't know either? Wow, thanks. Okay. Yeah, okay, nice. You just think it sounds good, but you have no clue why. Thank you for such helpful feedback. I am so happy to hear that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, nah, it's not like I dislike being told that I can sing or whatever. It's that like usually people just tell me like, oh, you can sing, and I'm like, oh, why, how, what do you mean by that? What do you mean how I can sing? Can you not use your vocal cords to form notes? Like, what's so why is my voice better? Why is my voice good? Like, what? And so nobody has explained that to me. And even like I was practicing with some people for this talent show thingy a year or two ago or whatever, and they told me like, oh yeah, you have a pretty good voice, and I was like, oh okay, but what makes it good? And they were kind of just like, don't think about that. You don't have to think that deep into it. And but they were also like way younger than me, so I kind of understand why they thought that thinking about it is pointless or whatever, because they might have heard someone else talking about like, oh yeah, don't overthink those things. Those things are good. You don't have to think that much about it. But I know that to learn something, you have to figure out why. Or it can be very, very beneficial to figure out why something works. Why does my voice sound good? Like if I can find out that, then I can find out what I should keep doing and what I should not keep doing and stuff. Whereas if I don't have anything to go off of, if I can't understand why my voice is good versus anyone else's voice, like, then I don't know. Then I can't really learn to improve. I can't really improve without knowing what to improve. And since I didn't even know what good singing meant, like I didn't know what good singing means. Like someone tells me, "Oh, you have a good voice," and I'm like, "What does that mean? What does a good voice mean? I have my voice. What a good voice, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand, because it's just, I don't know, it's so vague. It doesn't help me. Like it doesn't even enrich my ego or anything. It just infuriates me. Like I guess it sounds kind of weird to hear someone like get frustrated when they hear compliments, but it's literally that I don't think my voice is bad. I've come to learn some things about why my voice might be good, but when I listen to it through like a whatever, I don't know why others think it's good. When I sing, it's kind of like that's my voice. I don't listen. I'm so used to hearing my voice on recording, so I'm not saying that, oh, my voice sounds disgusting when I listen to it. That's not what I'm talking about. It's that I don't understand what qualifies as good voice and what qualifies as not good voice. But one thing I might have learned is that the control over one's own vocal cords and voice and stuff can maybe be one of the deciding factors for that. But the thing is, I did not have control over my voice. It would just shut up, or it would essentially do its own thing. And if I were around people who I were new to, my vocal cords would simply seize up and get very difficult to control. And so I've recognized that as a thing that happens regularly. So I've decided, or like I've had to practice exposing my voice to people. And one way I did that, or one way I've done that up until now, or one way I've done that is by opening a window in the other room while singing in the morning and stuff, when I'm doing tasks. Because even though I have a window open in the other room, it still affects my vocal cords, because I'm subconsciously like, oh, people will listen to me sing. I'm like, oh, I don't want that. And then I tighten my vocal cords. But I've learned slowly through exposing myself to that, to milder versions of that, from having like a window open in the other room. Because if I have it in the same room, the effect is too strong, and so I can't feel my vocal cords as much. It simply tightens up too much for me to be able to slowly figure out how to relax it. And so it becomes very difficult. It would become very difficult if I were to have a window open in, for example, right in front of me, and I were to sing. Like, that wouldn't allow me to figure out how to relax. But slowly and surely I figured out how to relax more, what I needed to do to relax and what I needed to do in case I couldn't. And I've done that through a whole bunch of singing to myself. Months, years of singing to myself. Well, it doesn't take that much time when I've figured out what might work or what could work. For example, the singing with the window open. I didn't think about that until after I had to sing in front of others. Because usually I've had to only sing in front of myself, and so I didn't have that problem. But since I challenged myself in singing, like I joined a songwriting course or whatever in the summer break one year, and I had to sing in front of people in a room that was very small and very claustrophobic for me. Because I was about to open a tangent there, but I'm gonna keep going. I had to learn, or I confronted my inability to sing in front of others. I discovered that. Well, I discovered that there was no, that's not when I discovered it. It was way later when I started singing more around people. I think when I was practicing again with the same group of people for the talent show thingy. That's kind of when I realized that it was the same sort of problem as when I was in the songwriting course. And so I realized that, maybe I need to work on that. And so I worked on that after that thing. And so, it's been quite a interesting thing. And also, one thing that really helped me learn how to sing was getting into saxophone. Because the saxophone, believe it or not, it has a lot of similarities to singing. And so I learned more about singing from playing the saxophone than I had from just simply singing to myself. Because when I was singing to myself, I did it on intuition. And I didn't think much of how I was producing the sound. Whereas when I picked up the saxophone, I did not have any of that intuition for the reed, controlling the reed. And so I had to learn that from the ground up. And so the practices I the practice I did when I was practicing saxophone transferred very well to singing. So that's also one of those reasons for why I feel so confident when picking up a new instrument, because I know that or I've experienced repeatedly that even if I suck at the thing, and even if I don't dive deep into that specific instrument, it can open up doors for me and teach me ways to practice earlier instruments I've tried getting into. And so it can open doors for previous things that I've tried to learn. And that's why I keep trying stuff again after I've given up on them. Because in the meantime, when I've if I've given up on something and then I go a year without playing saxophone, for example, I can go back and I can implement newer ways of practice, and I can progress way faster than I would if I were to just keep the same practice the entire time. So that's very valuable for me as someone who doesn't have a teacher to tell me what is correct and what is wrong way to practice, because it's not one correct or wrong, or it's not one correct way of practicing. There are several different ways of practicing, but there are several key elements that keep coming back, and those elements are universal, it seems. And I'm not talking about like, oh, you have to like anything that's specific to each instrument or each subject. Those are not the general things. Those are these the things where you apply the general knowledge to. But the things that I'm thinking of as like the general stuff is how to figure out what you're missing, how to instead of like how to make a instead of thinking about like how to get up a menu in a thing, it's more like how do I figure out what buttons to press? How do I how do I learn to remember them? How do I learn to not just forget about every button that I have to press? Because it's very easy especially in Blender, where there are so many buttons, it's very easy to forget which buttons do what. Whereas if you focus on how to remember them, how do I remember them? How do I prevent myself from forgetting them repeatedly? And focusing on that rather than the what button do I need to press, and then thinking of each button press as like a separate thing. It's like, oh yeah, well, adding a cube is nothing. It's not the same as pressing the render button, but it is the same thing. It's learning how to remember a button's function and how to absorb that information. And when I've started thinking about it like that, instead of focusing on the individual action, but how the action, what the action represents or whatever. Like, no, what do I mean? How, like, instead of, I don't know. So yeah, it's like, how do I learn? And that's kind of what I'm trying to learn. I'm not trying to learn guitar because I want to get good at guitar. No, I'm learning guitar so I can learn how to learn string instruments, how to learn which notes are the notes that I'm playing. How to practice guitar, how to practice a string instrument, how to not practice, what does not work, what's wastes of time, because it's not just about what works, it's also about what doesn't work. Like with when you buy expensive equipment and then you realize that, oh shit, this doesn't really do any different, but the more expensive price tag has limited me in my range, because now I can't get a microphone stand because I've spent all of my money on, or a microphone stand because I've spent all of my money on the camera, and so the audio is trash, so the entire video production is really bad. And that's kind of like those realizations of like, oh, I should have not spent all of my money on the camera. I should have spent some money on the camera and some on the microphone and then some on the lighting. And together, if I spend the same amount of money but more evenly or whatever, it could lead to better results, or it could lead to worse results, because it could be a moment where, or it could be like an instance where the audio doesn't actually matter that much, but often it does matter more if a video has, or a lot of instances, if a video or something has very bad audio, it's very noticeable. Whereas if something looks ugly but it has a good microphone, then it can at least, it's like bearable. It's more bearable to some degree. But if you have very crisp visuals and then you have the worst microphone known to man, then it can sometimes be quite bad, I feel. I don't know. So that's the same kind of mentality I have for my art. If I have a lot of skill in one area, like for example, if I were to make music videos in Blender, where I have a lot of experience, but I have very little experience with music production, then if I spend very little time on making the music and I make it very bad, and then I make really great models for that animation, then it won't really feel all that great once put together, because it will seem like there is something missing. Like, why is this so high quality but this other thing is so bad? This is kind of what I was talking about earlier too. Like, it's important with balancing those things out, I feel. And that's why I don't obsess about perfection, because I see perfectionism in a lot of cases. Because perfectionism isn't bad, but when it limits you, that's when I don't like it. But if it pushes you further, if perfectionism, or I think the way I think of it is that perfectionism can easily become, it can easily seem like perfectionism, but it can, in reality, it might be insecurity. And so giving into that insecurity doesn't let you see around the insecurity. It's not like you will be so focused on, you will justify the insecurity by saying that, oh, it's perfectionism. I'm just very meticulous and I want everything I do to be perfect. But then it could also be that you, instead of wanting to make it good, it's that you don't want it to make it bad. You don't want it to be bad because you're not comfortable with people thinking that you are bad at something. And therefore, you might spend a lot of energy, a lot more energy than you need on trying to make something good when you don't really know how. And so you it can easily end up with you. I don't, bruh. This is the. I don't know. Me being able to just go from whatever topic to another topic is quite nice, but not being able to keep on a topic that I want to keep on is a limitation. So, yeah. A curse can also be a blessing, or a blessing can also be a curse. And after I learned that, I don't really feel bad about my weaknesses anymore, because weaknesses are essentially how I view strengths and these weaknesses, is that they are not either or, they are context based. A weakness can be a strength in a different context, and so I don't see my strengths and weaknesses as good or bad, positive or negative. I see them as helpful in this instance or not helpful in this instance. And so I don't put a ton of emphasis on what my weaknesses are, because I know that my weaknesses are strengths, but they need a different context to become strengths. And not if I am able to change the context, then I can sometimes turn my weaknesses into strengths. That's kind of what I'm doing with streaming. Like, my weaknesses can like what I could say as is a weakness is that I have a hard time staying with one thing, right? If I were to play Minecraft, that purely play Minecraft on stream, I would get tired and bored of it, and I would stop streaming. And for a positive, the strength of that is that if I can make, yeah, and also in like a regular day job, I wouldn't, that would be a weakness in a typical day job. But when streaming, I can actually do other things, because streaming in itself is essentially broadcasting live, right? It's not anything more than that. Whatever I make it into is what I make it into. And that is why streaming is so much more appealing to me than a regular day job, because I can turn it into what I can turn my weaknesses into strengths, because I have more control over those things. I have more say in how I do things. It's not because fuck regular day jobs, I'm better than them. It's that I know I'm worse than day jobs. I do way worse in a day job. And it's not that I'm better than anyone who works a day job. It's that I am way worse at that type of work than I mean, at least I believe I would do. And I actually have proof of that, because I have worked like a job and I was not that good, right? That's kind of just one one experience of it, though, so I don't really know enough. But I don't know, I feel like I have enough encouragement to just push myself to, I said the word just again. I have a lot of inner encouragement to push myself towards something other than a regular day job. So as like, if I am capable of, no, if I can keep streaming, if that is one path that I can do, it doesn't matter if I have to work all the time, because that's not what I like. I enjoy working. I would want to work, but I want to work towards something that I believe in. Whereas when I was working at that place that I was working at, in the start I was like, yeah, this is my chance to make it big. I'm gonna become like well known and stuff because I'm gonna become so great at this. But then I realized that, oh, they don't really seem to care but much about me other than like trying to, like, I don't know, it did not seem like the right place for me, at least, like long term. And that's kind of another reason for why, or that's one of the reasons for why I tend to try and make my own communities rather than trying to fit into communities that are already set up. Because I have a very hard time feeling like I fit in, but I have a very easy time fitting in. I could have said that in a different order. Like I fit in quite easily in pretty much anywhere I go. However, I don't feel like I fit in anywhere, except for when I make something from the ground up. Like I don't feel like I fit into a community unless I was responsible for setting it up, because the people, like the whole way everything is structured will be not something that might not be something I agree with or whatever, and so I might see ways to make it better in my vision, but then the people that actually set it up, they are not seeing it from my angle, or they don't care, or whatever. And therefore, if I make my own stuff, make my own community, then I can shape that however I want. And then those who disagree with that, they don't have to stick around. They will naturally remove themselves from the situation. And then those who agree, they will stick around. And yeah, that's how I do a lot of things. Because I don't feel... Because I do believe that it's very common, if not everyone, if not most or whatever, it's very common to want to fit in, like feel like you belong somewhere. That's a very human thing, I feel. Or I've noticed at least. And so it's not that I don't feel that, it's that I feel a very strong need for that, but the conventional way of going into like a community for guitarists, or community for streamers, or community for 3D graphics people, 3D artists, 2D artists, video editors or whatever, I don't feel like I fit in, because people are a lot of those who are in those are very like, oh, I am a guitarist, I don't do anything else, I do this. And then if I show like, oh yeah, I do all of these things, and then they're like, oh, this is a guitarist place, this is not saxophone place. And I'm just like, is this not an instrument learning thing? And they're like, no, this is a guitar learning thing. But like, that's the same thing. No, it's not, because this has strings, and the other, that what you are having is not strings, that's woodwind. And I'm just like, they make sound, they make notes, they make the same notes, they have different shape, but they make the same things. And so it's kind of like saying that a Tesla is not a BM, or it's not a car. No, wait, no. Like a BMW subreddit or Discord server or whatever, and they're like, oh, we don't allow Teslas here because they are completely different from BMW. And I'm just like, what? This is a car forum. What do you mean? And they're like, no, we only like this car, and then I'm just like, what? Why do so many people seem to have such a limited worldview? Says the man with the limited worldview. I don't know, my worldview is certainly very short. Very not, because I don't know. So when I say people, it's usually me included. But sometimes it can seem, because a lot of the times it can seem so obvious when we're seeing someone else do the thing, but then we don't see ourselves doing it, and that could be a thing. It could be that I also do the exact same thing. I probably do. I've probably done. But it's kind of like I don't know. I think there is something to be said about that, but I don't know. What is the time? Almost 4. I think I'm gonna go and do a dinosaur. Not do a dinosaur, eat my lunch. Cause I'm starting to get hungry. Yeah, and I don't want to be hungry like yesterday. No. Cause yesterday I got very hungry because I ate so late and I felt like shit. Whoa, I'm getting there. I don't know where there is, but I'm getting. Okay, why does it do that? Why does it not let me strip it through? Because in some places it goes very easily through. I have been trying to figure that out, but I've also I've also been accepting that it might be the case that, oh yeah, it might be how these work, but oh my god, it's so much easier to do it like that. What? Hello? Why don't I do that? Maybe because of the... It might be that it's not straight enough. And this is why I want to do this repeatedly, because I have more chance to figure out better ways of doing this. So I will then spend way less time on creating, or like on removing this or splitting them up, so that I can actually do way more in the future without being like, oh, it's gonna take so much time. Because if I only learn, yeah, this is where like the depth comes in. I could, yeah, this is where the depth argument is maybe invalid, or where it like an exception. Because if I don't learn how to use this thing before I continue, it could mean that it will take me forever each and every time that I do this. Whereas if I kind of deep dive into it somewhat, more than just doing it once to one piece of clothing, then I might be able to get more I don't know. I'm gonna go and get myself my lunch. Ooh. so fun vacuuming here. for a billion years and came back like nothing happened. Why do I feel nerve pain? I feel, no, maybe not nerve pain, but it's like insanely cold on just, I'm very sensitive. Extremely sensitive to, oh, I was standing in a, never mind, I know why. You know what? It's coffee time. Warm up those neurons. That's not neurons, is it? I don't know. Hopefully I don't spill it like I usually tend to do. The condensation. The condensation! Or whatever. Minecraft! Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, it is wet. That's why it felt wet. What? How does that make any sense? Something feels wet because it is wet. Yeah, my back does not enjoy this. That might help. Some actual lumbar support. Oh my god! What? Ain't no way. I found the reason why there is lumbar support, or how to make the lumbar get supported. Did I even say that into the mic? It's just falling dust into my coffee one after another. Yummy! I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday, skibbity bitty bida bida blue cow. But yeah, I'm actually way more comfortable now. The way the chair has lumbar support. What? Using my chair like a chair? No. Using it to further ruin my back? Yeah. Okay, wait. Okay, it does not smell like anything. Wait. No, it just smells like clothing stuffed into a bag and left in the attic for very long. You know that smell if you've ever had that circumstance? Probably. Ugh. Somehow itchy ear? That cannot... Oh, I'm cold. Oh! I know why. There's a window open. The Ruby likes your... The ricochet? No, that's the face one. Yes! Likes your face. I really like having the little thing, because a door makes it so oxygen can't come through. And so when it's gonna get very warm in summer, having a door closed would make the air in here go really bad, really fast. And that's what it did when I, in the beginning, when I had a, well, I have a door there still, but when I closed the door, the air quality would drop through the floor as soon as like 5 minutes had gone past. Maybe not 5 minutes, but oh well. Damn. Yeah, lumbar support is banger. How did I not have lumbar support activated until now? Because I have like a thing that can go up and down. The backrest can go up and down. And yeah, I keep using it incorrectly. Because I don't understand what should go where. But now it feels, I don't know, it feels like it could be that it's good, or you know what? I don't know. Oh, I think I just pieced something together. Instead of holding it like towards the cut, I can hold it on to the side, maybe. That seemed to do something. Oh yeah. What? Oh. Oh my god, it's just a spawner. There we go. Oh wow. I just looked like, okay, I don't know how easy it will be to tell with this lens. Oh yeah, wait, I'm gonna have to. But it's like rib. No, it's like knitted. It's tiny. Like it's all just knitted. Yeah, it's all just knitted apparently. I was looking at the wait, is this also? Oh my god. That would then mean that these are different sides, right? Maybe they're glued together. No glue. But yeah, that's one of those. Well, that's another example of like observation, right? I've been looking at these fabrics now for a while, and so I look closer. It's not just pink. Well, on there it looks more like red. Oh, it looks more like red on there. If I'm not gonna lie, it looks way different. Now this one, this. Yeah, it's very different color-wise. Does it have automatic? No, okay. Yeah, because I turned up the saturation. Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's still too. Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. You're on. Wait, is that? No, it doesn't automatically go. Why was that on? There was gain. Now you can maybe see the. Well, don't promote that. This versus this. See? See, guys? It's so different. This one is more orange. This one is more purple. purple, orange, purple, orange. I'm not making this up, guys. I swear, it's way more. It's way more purple, and it's very annoying. It's a very, very widespread problem in the world. Colors not being colors, the right colors or whatever. Such an annoying thing. We need to stop people from making this problem even worse, because it's spreading, I feel. Anywhere there are people who need to make decisions about colors, who don't care about colors, they make this mistake. And it's everywhere, apparently. I don't know. There are a lot of people who don't care about color, apparently. Whereas I really care about color, because colors are very different. They can also be very close, but like, I don't know. Red is not just red. Blue is not blue. There are so many kinds of blue. There are so many kinds of red. Right there. And anyone who tells me otherwise is wrong and should feel shame. Yeah, I don't like purple reds. But that t-shirt is not even the worst offender out of the merch that we had there. I think at least the hoodies and the bags. They were just... Wait, no, the bags were actually very nice. Red. If I remember correctly. I liked that red, but I don't like having brands on my stuff. Like, I don't enjoy walking around as a billboard. Well, I did when I was working there, because I was trying to justify, like, oh yeah, I'm so proud. I will speak only about this place that I work at. When I introduce myself, yeah, I work at this place and I do this. Because there was nothing else for me to be. Well, yeah, no, I didn't let myself have any other things to enjoy, essentially. No, that's also kind of false. I was making characters, 3D characters, when I was working there. Not while I was working there, because they didn't need that, because first of all, I still don't know anatomy. And also I still make hypersexualized I didn't make robots back then. That kind of happened after enough times. Like, oh yeah, I really like the Robo Bunny look. But yeah, that kind of got repetitive and boring, and so I just kind of did not have any feeling of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start another character. And yeah, I've had falling out with characters. There's one guy in my server that's always asking, like, where are your new characters? And I'm like, I'm not making characters right now, I'm making this other stuff. And then he never hears. He only wants to torment or whatever. I don't know. He also does 3D stuff, and so I think he wants to. He wants my. He asked if he could use my models as like to showcase his gun models, and I said yeah, sure, when I finished this one, but then I didn't finish, or I didn't feel like making it ready for someone else to take over, because like making something that I can work on for however long it needs before I stop working on it, that's fine. But work like making it organized enough, making like the file and the character and the rig and stuff organized enough for someone else to understand my chaos, that's what I don't have the patience for usually. Most often I cannot be bothered to do that step, so that's why I don't sell my models and earn money that way, because I don't know what to do, so I don't do that. But if I did do that, I could probably earn a lot of, I don't know, maybe my models wouldn't sell as good, and also if I did sell my models, I wouldn't need to have like a not safe for work channel, because that's kind of what I make most of the time, not safe for work essentially, bunny women, but I don't know, I want to branch out. I want to branch out into other stuff, music especially, because I really like music. I really like singing music and stuff, and I really like playing instruments. And the reason I even got into instruments was so I could make more interesting music and have more fun with the music creation process. Because it is fun having the digital instruments, but that doesn't give me any intuition for how to play an instrument. And when I make melodies, it's difficult to know how you would even play something on a guitar if I program it on with the PC or phone or whatever I use. So therefore, it is quite nice to, instead of just relying on programmed instruments, that I actually learn how to use the instrument. And then I can use the program, because then I will understand how the guitar works, how the violin works, how the saxophone works. I will have a much better understanding of how to make it sound believable, rather than simply using the saxophone sound and then playing it as if it is a piano. So yeah, it is quite fun to. It puts a lot of wonder and discovery, and makes it a lot more of a challenge, but also it makes the challenge much more fulfilling. Yeah, it would be very fun having like a tag on one of my figurines that's just like handle with care or whatever. Or if it's like don't handle with care, or like be rough. Like, hehe. Type hehe, you know? Hehe. Yeah. You know what I mean. Ha. I'm actually going to set a timer for 1 minute No, that's not what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set a timer for. How do I not show what I'm doing? Cause I bet someone could track my hand. Well, no one will know what I'm doing, right? Okay, what time is it now? It's almost okay. 1 hour. No, not even 1 hour. It will be 40 minutes. That's at 6, and then I will start closing down stream. Cause I'm taking early day off today. What? Yeah, my back is killing me. I gotta think out the way to not mess up my back when sitting like this. Also, yeah, it does look as if the new tactic of running it to the side and not just forward with the seam is a much nicer way of doing it. A much more consistent way of doing it. So that might be more accurate as to how to use this tool. And yeah, that's quite nice to have figured out. Because I could have found that out very easily by searching on Google. But what would the point be of figuring this out on my own if I could figure it out on my own? Yeah, you get it? Did you get it? Did you get any of that? I forget what that's from. Area math, shut up now. that was weird. Suddenly lost connection with wired internet. No clue how that happens. Maybe someone's flipped the switch back at some place. Good thing I don't have auto stop on, because if I had auto stop on, that would be detrimental. How long do I have left now? 23 minutes. Okay. Now we have the hood off. I could probably separate that one, but I want to see if I have separated something. Arm. Okay. Oh yeah, I never finished this apparently. That's weird. Because this one was super easy. Maybe I got distracted. Was that what I was doing before I got the lunch? Maybe. That could have been it. Ba-da-bum-bum. Bum-bum. Bum-bum. Ba-da-bum. Oh, I haven't attached the other arm. Or this for that matter. New cup of coffee. Wait, that's a thick one. Hopefully this won't be sickening. Oh yeah, 20 minutes until the stream ends, so I have 20 minutes to play guitar too. Damn. So then I have to stop doing this for a bit. Okay. Yeah. What if I play it like this? Oh, go! Oh. It sounds very not there. just right when I had found the flow, it fucks me over. I've discovered that loud guitar is actually quite satisfying. It feels powerful. Because I've been playing it quite low. Oh! Yeah. But loud guitar, now I understand why people listen to loud music every now and then. Or loud music when it's metal or whatever. Oh wow, I managed to drink all of the water. Oh, wait, where is? Wait, how? Oh, skibbity bop, bum ba da. Hey guys, welcome to the Jesus Christ. Can you hear me slur? You can hear me go. How bad? Here we go. I love that. It's so... Oh. Oh. I love that. go. Okay, well, Jesus, that hurts my ears. I'm gonna go. Ta-ta! See you tomorrow! Or in 2 minutes when the next stream autoplays or whatever. For you, it